morning. Go ahead and have a seat. Before the jury comes in, I wanted to place on the record our conversation that we had at the end of the day yesterday. One of the jurors indicated to a bailiff that the last witness of the day yesterday, who I believe was Officer Burt, the juror believed but wasn't certain that the juror may have gone to high school with him, did not have a social relationship with him, and does not have a social relationship. She seemed to even be uncertain whether it was somebody she actually did go to high school with. I spoke to counsel off the record in chambers about it. Both sides indicated that they did not see the need to inquire any further. I wanted to make sure that that was still the case this morning before the jury comes in. Does the state have any interest in a further inquiry of that particular juror? No. Defense? And you've had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Verrill about it?
Yes, we have.
And he agrees that no further inquiry is necessary? All right, thank you. You can go ahead and bring in the jury.
Please rise, jury entering. Please be seated.
All right, good morning. As for those of you who are taking notes, as you're getting your notepads ready, I'm going to ask the state to call its next witness, please.
State calls Kevin McMahon.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you could come around to the back side of the witness stand. I'm going to ask you to remain standing for just a moment and kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please start just by introducing yourself to the jury?
Hello. My name is Kevin, middle initial G. McMahon. My last name is spelled capital MC, capital M-A-H-O-N.
What do you do for work?
At the present time, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
Prior to that, I worked for the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord.
What was your position at the state lab?
My position title was criminalist.
And can you explain what a criminalist is?
A criminalist is a laboratory scientist that specializes in the analysis of physical evidence.
How long did you work as a criminalist for the state lab?
Just a little over 40 years.
And could you just summarize your educational background for us?
I hold both Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in forensic science from the University of New Haven in West Haven, Connecticut.
And what is forensic science?
Forensic science is defined as the application of science, things like physics, chemistry, and biology, to matters of law, specifically with respect to the recognition, documentation, collection and preservation, and analysis of physical evidence.
Did you work in a specific area within the state lab?
Well, as you can imagine, over the course of those 40 years, I was able to obtain a number of areas of specialization within the laboratory. But at the time of my retirement, I was assigned exclusively to what is known as the forensic biology unit.
And how long had you been assigned to the forensic biology unit when you retired?
Well, I was hired as a drug chemist, but after about 4 months, I was transferred to what was known as the serology section, which is part of the forensic biology unit. Back in 1983, when that transfer took place, DNA analysis, or at least forensic DNA analysis, did not exist. In the year 2000, when we began conducting DNA testing in our laboratory, the name of the unit was changed to forensic biology, which incorporated the serology section and the DNA section.
You just said serology. What is the purpose of conducting serology testing?
So back in the day, the purpose of conducting serological analyses was to identify stains that were thought to be of a biological nature, like blood or semen or saliva. And if in fact what you had tested had proven to be a biological fluid, further testing was conducted to try to individualize that blood stain in an attempt to associate that blood stain or that semen stain or that saliva stain with a given individual. Once we began conducting DNA testing, we no longer attempted to individualize biological stains using conventional serological testing because we were going to employ DNA testing, which was much more specific. It had the ability to truly individualize a blood stain or any type of a biological material.
In addition to the educational background you just described, did you receive any specialized training related to serology?
Yes, over the years I've had the opportunity to attend a number of schools and symposia and workshops dealing with various fields of the subject of forensic science, many of those dealing specifically with forensic serology.
How many serology analyses would you estimate you've done over the course of your career?
Well, considering that I work on, anywhere between 100 and probably 150 cases a year, and that each case could consist of one item or many items, I'd have to guess that over the course of 40 years, I've conducted thousands of analyses and, I should say, I've examined thousands of items of physical evidence and conducted serological analyses in the tens of thousands.
Have you ever been qualified in court as an expert in the field of serology?
I have.
Which courts?
In every county of the state of New Hampshire and a Superior Court in Newport County, Rhode Island.
Your Honor, at this time the state offers Mr. McMahon as an expert in the field of serology.
Any objection? He'll be so qualified.
Did you conduct any serology testing as part of the investigation into the deaths of Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini in Farmington?
I did.
So let's start by talking briefly about the process that leads you to performing serology testing on a particular piece of evidence. How is it that an item comes to you for testing at the state lab?
Well, the laboratory accepts evidence that's been collected in connection with a bona fide criminal investigation from all law enforcement agencies throughout the state, whether they be a local law enforcement agency, county, a state agency, or even a federal agency. Those law enforcement agencies will transport their evidence from either the crime scene or their department to the laboratory and submit it for testing along with some paperwork.
And once the evidence gets to the state laboratory, is it assigned a laboratory number?
Yes, all the evidence that's submitted to the laboratory in connection with a given criminal investigation is assigned a laboratory number. Now, there may be many different items in that one investigation, and it's the police department that assigns exhibit numbers to each item. And we follow those numbers, but we also use our laboratory number as an umbrella number for the entire case.
What was the laboratory number in this case?
It was FL17, which stood for Forensic Lab, which distinguished one part of our laboratory from our toxicology laboratory, which would have started with a TX. But it was FL17, and the 17 designated the year in which the evidence was submitted to the laboratory the first time. And then there was a dash, and then there was a 4-digit sequential number that followed. In this case, that number was 0717, indicating that this was the 717th case that had been submitted to our laboratory in the year 2017.
So once law enforcement drops off the evidence at the state lab, it's assigned a lab number. How does that evidence get stored and then distributed for testing?
So depending upon the evidence, it gets stored either just on a shelf at room temperature, or it may go into a refrigerator, or it may go into a freezer. But the paperwork that's submitted with the evidence, a form called an evidence examination request form, is turned over in a homicide investigation to an individual in the laboratory who has been assigned as what we call a major case coordinator. And that person will review the paperwork and schedule a meeting between the investigators and the prosecutors to determine, of all the evidence that's been collected, what actually needs to be tested and what it needs to be tested for. Once that's been determined, then copies of those evidence examination request forms are made and distributed to the units that will be involved in testing. Units like forensic biology or pattern evidence, where they would examine fingerprints and footwear impressions, or maybe our drug analysis unit. Copies of those examination forms that contain information about the items to be tested in that unit are delivered to the unit and ultimately assigned by the unit supervisor, or potentially self-assigned by an analyst. And then the testing of that evidence will ensue at some point thereafter.
Once an item is delivered to you for serology testing, what steps do you take in performing that analysis?
Well, the first thing would be to review any of the information that's provided with the evidence, and then select a certain sequence in which the evidence will be tested. And then, depending upon what the item is, I typically would retire to an examination room in the forensic biology unit, specifically for serological examinations. And I would lay out some paper from a large roll of white craft paper, lay some paper out on the bench, which had previously been sanitized. And then take the first item that I chose to do analyses on, remove it from its container, lay it out on the bench, and go about conducting my examinations and analyses, all the while taking notes about what I'm seeing and what I'm doing.
Is the first step of serology analysis a physical examination?
It is.
Can you explain that for us?
So before you can break into any type of chemical or biological testing, you need to conduct a thorough and a systematic physical examination of the item. Like an item of clothing, you would lay out flat on the bench and look at it on both the front side and the back side and inside and outside, so that you have a complete and total understanding of whether there's anything on there that you are in fact looking for. In some cases, you may employ the assistance of what we refer to as an alternate light source. Some of the biological stains that we look for, like semen or saliva, are not easily visible under normal room lighting, and so we employ ultraviolet light to assist us in locating stains that we might otherwise not see. For blood, we typically use just normal room lighting, except on situations where the evidence may be very dark colored, like black or navy blue, and the amount of blood may be minimal. It's very difficult to see under normal fluorescent room lighting, and so sometimes we employ the assistance of a standard incandescent flashlight. That's an unusually good tool for picking up the reddish hue in a blood stain on a black or a navy blue surface. Of more recent, we acquired an infrared camera that projects a live image of an item that you're examining on a computer tablet. And so if we don't see any blood stains using our eyes under fluorescent lighting and don't see anything with a flashlight, then we can resort to using the infrared light source, which is far more sensitive at picking up stains of blood in most cases. Not all, but most.
With respect to physically examining an object for the presence of blood specifically, in the absence of exposure to the elements, how long can blood remain on an item or a surface?
Well, although exposure to the elements is only one factor that can interfere with locating blood on an absorbent surface like clothing or bedding, blood, if it's left where it was deposited unhindered, will remain there indefinitely.
So after performing this physical examination that we've just talked about, what's the next step?
So at this point, if you found something you suspect may be blood based upon its pretty much exclusively on its coloration, although its size and its shape may play a role, the next thing would be to ascertain whether what you see is in fact blood, or is it merely something that looks like blood, like paint or wood stain or something else. So in this case, a forensic serologist like myself would employ a chemical screening test. And this test is a color test where if in fact what you test is what you are looking for, you will see a particular color.
Does that chemical screening test you perform have a name?
Yes, the one that we most regularly perform in the laboratory is called the Castle, with a K, dash Mayer test, the Castle-Mayer test. And that consists of two separate reagents, the first being a chemical called phenolphthalein, and the second reagent being 3% hydrogen peroxide.
And you mentioned you're looking for a color change as a result of that test. How do you perform that test itself?
Well, following a protocol developed by the FBI laboratory decades ago, we would set about to test some of that material that we believe is a blood stain. The important thing to know is we never actually perform the test unless it's absolutely necessary on the stain where we find it. We always seek to remove a portion of the stain from where it's located and perform the testing on that other surface. So in many cases, this consists of wiping either a dry cotton tip swab against the stain, hoping to transfer some of the dried stain material to the cotton on the cotton tip. Or potentially a cotton tip swab that's been moistened with sterile water. That may be more effective than a dry swab in some cases. If the stain is very, very small and you have a fear that maybe by swabbing the stain either with a dry or a wet swab, you will obliterate it, then what I do is I take a piece of filter paper that's round and I fold it in half twice until it's in the shape of like a piece of pie. And then I would take the pointy end and very, very carefully rub the blood stain, hoping to transfer some of the red-brown material from the stain onto that tip of the filter paper. The actual chemical analysis would follow. With a swab, what I would do, or even with the filter paper, I would actually open the filter paper up now that I've collected something. But with the filter paper opened up, or the swab, I would add 1 drop of the phenolphthalein to the swab or the filter paper and look for a color change. At this point in the analysis, I should not see any type of a color change. If I did, that would be considered a false positive reaction. There's something in the blood stain underneath it or mixed with it or whatever that is acting in a manner similar to blood, but prematurely. But that would be considered a false positive result, and no further testing would be performed. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen occasionally, especially with rusty things. Rust is one of the things that is known to cause a false positive reaction with the Kastle-Mayer test as well as many of the other blood detection tests. So after making sure that no color appears, I then add a drop of the hydrogen peroxide. And it's at this point, after adding the 1 drop of hydrogen peroxide to either the tip of the swab or the middle of the filter paper, that if in fact what I've been looking for, blood, is in fact there, should I see the immediate formation of a pink color. That would be a true positive result. And that would be a strong indication of the presence of blood. It's not absolute proof positive because it's only a screening test. But it's enough for me to be confident that this is likely blood and to forward the stain that I've been testing or a portion of it on for DNA testing.
So you mentioned swabbing a stain with a cotton swab prior to testing. Is that process sometimes done by law enforcement in the field and then just the swabs are delivered to you for analysis?
Yes, it's quite common for crime scene investigators to elect to perform the Kastle-Mayer test in the field for their own benefit to decide what in fact is a possible blood stain and what is in fact not a blood stain. And then if they get a positive result, take another swab and re-swab the blood stain in hopes of collecting all, if not most of it, for further testing in the laboratory. And that's done typically on things that are large, very heavy, or very inconveniently unable to transport to the laboratory. If the item is small enough, they will just collect the item itself by packaging it up and bringing it to the lab. But if it's on a wall or a floor or a ceiling, it's not very conducive to collecting it where it's been found, and so they swab it to remove it, to bring it to the lab for further testing.
So I want to talk now specifically about some items you tested in this case, and I want to start with an item that was assigned the evidence number SFM31. Is that an item you tested in this case?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe that item?
That consisted of 2 small and 1 large machetes that apparently were wrapped in some sort of a shirt.
With respect to that shirt, did you perform any analysis on the shirt?
I did not.
Why not?
Well, it was my information at the time that these items were buried in the ground for a lengthy period of time. And one of the detrimental factors to biological evidence, especially on something as absorbent as a shirt, would be the bacteria that are normally present in soil. And so any biological material discovered on that shirt would likely not produce a reliable DNA profile or a usable DNA profile. Furthermore, its relation to the crime itself hadn't been established, and a greater area of interest was on the machetes that could have been used as weapons in the deaths of the 2 victims.
And with respect to those machetes, did you perform a physical examination of those?
I did.
What was the result of that?
My physical examination of all 3 machetes failed to reveal any stains or deposits characteristic of blood.
And after performing that physical examination, did you do anything else with respect to the machetes?
Eventually, I swabbed the handles of the machetes using a sterile cotton tip swab for potential DNA analyses for what's known as touch DNA. If it had been determined that they wanted to see who had handled the machetes by virtue of handling them with their hands on their handles, there's the theory that they may have transferred their DNA to the handles of the machetes by merely handling them. And so I swabbed those handles indiscriminately, not knowing if there was any DNA on them or not, and then preserved them for future testing if it was deemed necessary.
So I'm going to show you now States Exhibits 90, 91, and 92, which are marked for ID. Can you take a look at these, please?
These look like the machetes as best I can recall. They weren't actually in my possession when they were photographed. These were photographed by a colleague of mine in the pattern evidence unit, which is where I conducted my examination looking for blood and did not find any.
Thank you. So now I want to talk to you about an item with the evidence number GMH15C. Is that an item you tested in this case?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe that item?
If I might refer to my report.
Yes, do you have any objection to him referring to his notes?
I was just looking at the exhibit that you showed.
Oh, but he's going to look at his notes. Are you?
Pardon?
Any objection to him reviewing his notes up there? Okay.
New Hampshire State Police Exhibit GMH-15C was a fitted bed sheet.
So now I'm going to show you States Exhibit 31. It's up on the screen, should be in front of you right there as well. And I'm going to focus you on the top row of images, the third picture in from the left. Does that appear to be a fitted bed sheet? And I can make it a little larger for you if that helps.
I just want to refer to my notes for a second. Yes. I described that exhibit in my notes as a dark gray fitted bed sheet.
And does the image up there look like the item GMH 15C that you examined?
As best I can tell, yes.
Did you perform a physical examination of that item?
I did.
What were the results of that?
My physical examination revealed one large and several small red-brown stains in one quadrant of this particular bed sheet.
And if you can see on the picture, it looks like a darker area behind that yellow evidence tag. Would that be consistent with one of those areas of potential blood staining?
Again, as best I can tell, yes, it does look like a very heavy, dark blood stain.
After your physical examination, did you perform the Castle-Mayer screening?
I did.
What was the results of that screening?
The results of my testing of exhibit GMH-15C were positive for the presence of blood.
So after the item tested positive for the presence of blood, did you do anything else with respect to this piece of evidence?
I removed a portion of the stain for DNA testing.
And when you removed that portion, how did you do that?
That would have been cut out. The stain was large enough that I could take about a 1-inch square cutting from it, leaving largely the remainder of it intact without any issue whatsoever. That cutting was put into a coin envelope, given a new name so that it could be separate from the exhibit number given the bed sheet. And that coin envelope was labeled with that, what we call a child number, and forwarded to the DNA unit for DNA testing.
What was the child number you gave to that cutting?
Again, if I might look at my notes, that would have been GMH-15C-1.
And you mentioned you forwarded it for DNA testing. Is the DNA testing something that you yourself do?
No, sir.
So you just determine if something is blood and then forward it on?
That's correct.
Did you also test an item of evidence labeled TLE51?
I did.
How did you describe that item?
TLE51 are some cotton tip swabs.
Did you create those swabs or were they submitted to you for testing?
I did not create them. They were submitted by the Major Crime Unit for testing.
So now I'm going to look at Exhibit 32N, and in the bottom right corner of that exhibit, do you see what looks like a red stain on a mattress?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to enlarge that image for you. Do you see a sticker next to that stain with the number 51 on it?
I do.
Did you perform a physical examination of TLE 51?
Yes, I did.
What were the results?
So these were a pair of cotton swabs, and the tip of the cotton swab bore a red-brown discoloration.
And after your physical examination, did you perform the Castle-Mayer screening test?
Yes, using only one of the swabs, I transferred some of the red-brown material to a piece of filter paper and then tested the filter paper using the Castle-Mayer test, the results of which were positive for the presence of blood.
What did you do with TLE 51 after it tested positive for blood?
The swabs were returned to their original container, sealed or resealed, and forwarded to the DNA unit for DNA testing.
Was there any reason to give those swabs a new evidence number?
No.
Why not?
Because I was not separating something from them like I was with the bed sheet.
Next, I want to talk about two items, TLE 30 and TLE 64. Are those items you tested as well?
Yes.
How would you describe those two items?
They both consist of cotton swabs. With respect to Exhibit TLE-30, it consists of 2 cotton tip swabs. There was a small red-brown spot on each swab. And with respect to TLE-64, again, it consists of 2 cotton tip swabs, and both had a small red-brown discoloration to each swab.
And again, did you create those swabs or were they submitted to you for testing?
Those were submitted to me for testing by the Major Crime Unit.
So I'm going to turn now to State's Exhibit 42, and if you look at the image on the upper left side, do we see the side of what looks like a refrigerator there?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to enlarge that image now. Do you see a sticker with the number 30 on the side of that fridge?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go back to Exhibit 42 and focus on the image on the upper right. Does that also appear to be the fridge now from the front?
Well, as best I can tell, yes.
And I'll enlarge that one as well. Do you see the sticker with the number 64 on that fridge?
I do, on the left side door.
Did you perform a physical examination of both of those items, TLE-30 and TLE-64?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
As I had mentioned, TLE-30, the swabs in TLE-30 had a little red-brown spot on each one, where the swabs in Exhibit TLE-64 were just discolored. There wasn't a specific discoloration with a noted outline like it was for Exhibit TLE-30.
Did you go on?
Both,
oh, sorry.
excuse me, both in a red-brown coloration.
Did you go on to perform the Kastle-Meyer test on both of those items?
I did.
What were the results?
The testing of both sets of swabs, one from each pair, was positive for the presence of blood.
Did you then forward those items on for DNA testing as well?
I did.
And again, they weren't given a new evidence number because they were all going together?
Yep, they were going on to DNA just the way they came into the lab.
The next item I want to talk about had evidence number TLE-31. Was that an item you tested in this case?
Yes.
What was that item?
Exhibit TLE-31 also consisted of a pair of cotton tip swabs.
Okay. And I'm going to go back to Exhibit 42, looking again at the picture on the upper left. Do we see the floor and then an orange rug next to the refrigerator there?
Yes.
And I'll enlarge that image. Do you see what looks like a red stain on the floor with a sticker with the number 31 on it?
Yes, sir.
And did you perform a physical examination of TLE-31?
I did.
What were the results?
So again, Exhibit TLE-31 consisted of a pair of cotton tip swabs that both bore a red-brown discoloration.
Did you then go on to perform the Kastle-Meyer test?
I did.
What were the results?
The results of testing one of those swabs was positive for the presence of blood.
And did you forward that item on to DNA as well?
I did.
The next item is TLE-33. Did you test that item?
I did.
How would you describe TLE-33?
That was a Cobalt Tools shovel.
So we're going to go back to Exhibit 42 again, and this time looking at the second picture in from the left on the top row. Do you see what appears to be a shovel in that picture?
I do.
Okay, and I'll enlarge that version now. Do you see a sticker with the number 33 on that shovel?
I do.
Does that shovel appear similar to the item TLE 33 that you tested?
It does.
And did you conduct a physical examination?
I did.
What were the results?
My physical examination revealed deposits of blood on both sides of the shovel head, both the forward surface and the rear surface. I did not observe any blood on the remainder of the shovel, either the handle or the remainder of the head. It was exclusively on the head at the forward edge of the shovel, the sort of the sharpened edge of it.
Did you then perform the Castle-Mayer screening test?
I did.
Well, when you were performing that test, did you take swabs from multiple locations on that shovel?
I did.
Where were those?
I took 3 from the front of the shovel head, 3 samples, and I took 2 from the rear surface or the backside of the shovel head.
And did you conduct the Castle-Mayer test on all 5 of those samples?
I did.
What were the results?
Hold on a second. All 5 samples that I took from the shovel head were positive for the presence of blood.
After the results of that test, what did you do with respect to item TLE 33?
I then re-swabbed 2 specific areas from the shovel head. One from the front, one of a blood deposit on the front side of the shovel head, and one from the rear side of the shovel head. I swabbed those with separate sterile cotton tip swabs that had been moistened with something called digest buffer. Renumbered those so that they would have their own unique identifier, sealed them in some sort of a container, and then forwarded that to the DNA unit for DNA testing.
And what were the new evidence numbers you assigned to those 2 swabs?
Those were designated by me as exhibits TLE-33-A and exhibit TLE-33-E.
Did you also perform testing on an item labeled TLE 46?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to go back to exhibit 42 again, and then we're going to focus on the second picture from the right on the top row. Do you see what looks like a pink or purple rug in that picture?
I do.
And we'll enlarge that image as well. Do you see a yellow evidence card with the number 46 on top of that rug?
Yes, sir.
Is this item TLE 46 what you tested?
Yes, sir.
And did you start by performing a physical examination?
I did.
What were the results?
My physical examination revealed a number of areas on the top side, or the purple side of the rug to bear deposits that were consistent with dried blood. And my physical examination of the reverse side of the carpet or the rug revealed 2 areas consistent with blood staining.
And did you then go on to perform the Kastle-Meyer screening test on TLE 46?
I did.
How did you perform that test?
In this case, like I had mentioned previously, I swabbed each area of interest, and I chose, I believe, four separate areas by using a cotton tip swab that was moistened with sterile water.
And those 4 swabs, were they from both the top and the bottom of TLE 46?
Yes, the first 3 were from the top surface. And because the blood stains on the reverse surface were fairly close to one another, I selected one for testing, and I swabbed that area for testing. That was the 4th swab.
And did you perform the Kastle-Meyer screening test on all 4 of those swabs?
I did.
What was the result the same for all 4?
It was.
What was the result?
The result, each swab was tested positive for the presence of blood.
After receiving that result, what did you do with TLE 46?
I then cut out some of the carpet fibers that bore what appeared to be dried blood and transferred those carpet fiber cuttings from the carpet into a coin envelope, attached a label to them identifying them as either one item or another, and that was sealed and forwarded on to the DNA unit for DNA testing.
And did those get new evidence numbers as well?
They did.
What were those?
The first one was designated as Exhibit TLE-46-A, and the second one was designated as TLE-46-C.
So next I want to talk about a group of items all together. Did you perform testing on items labeled TLE 55A, 55B, 55C, 55D, 55E, 55F, 55H, 55I, 1, 2, and 3, and 55J?
Yes.
So going back to Exhibit 42, does that bottom row of pictures appear to show the items that I just listed?
As best I can tell, yes.
Okay, and we'll go through them one at a time here. So in this image, do these appear to be the items labeled TLE 55A, 55B, and 55C?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe 55A?
I described Exhibit TLE 55A as a cardboard, a multicolored cardboard and clear plastic box.
What about 55B?
55B, I described as a length of 7/8 inch diameter metallic gray metal tubing measuring approximately 22 5/16 inches in length.
And how about 55C?
55C I described as 1/3/8 inch diameter gray metal rod measuring approximately 29 inches in length with a fleur-de-lis type of an adornment attached at one end.
And now we're going to move to the next picture from that bottom row. Did these appear to be items TLE 55D, 55E, and 55F that you tested?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe 55D?
I'm sorry, could you tell me which one again?
55D.
D. Okay, TLE 55D is essentially identical to TLE-55A in that it consists of a multicolored cardboard and clear plastic box.
How about TLE 55E?
55E I described as a teal-colored metal round candle holder with a butterfly pattern around the perimeter.
And TLE 55F?
TLE 55F I described as 2 lengths of white paper towel, one length consisting of 11 sections and the other length consisting of 10 sections.
And now I'm going to go to the last image on that bottom row from Exhibit 42. Do you see items labeled 55H, 55I, and 55J in that image?
I do.
And do those appear to be the items that you tested?
They do.
How would you describe TLE 55H?
I describe that as one small gold-colored elephant figurine with the remnant of an attached product tag.
And how about 55I?
Okay, 55I consists of like 3 separate things. The first was a green metal hanging 5-candle fixture with attached artificial floral arrangement. The second item in that group was a white plastic light bulb socket with an attached electrical cord. And the third item was an artificial illuminated twig arrangement with battery pack.
Is it because TLE 55I was 3 separate items that you designated them as TLE 55I 1, 2, and 3?
Yes, sir.
And finally, how would you describe 55J?
55J I described as a red terry cloth hand towel with blue, orange, and yellow pinstriping.
Now, speaking about all of these items we've just covered collectively, did you perform a physical examination on each of those items?
I did.
And did each of the items display various red-brown stains, spatter, or smears on them?
They did.
You mentioned 2 lengths of paper towel. Did both of those sections appear to have blood on them?
No, sir.
Can you tell us which one did and which one did not?
So if you remember, I said one had 11 sections of paper towel, the other had 10. The 11 sections of paper towel did not have any blood on it, or at least my physical examination failed to reveal any blood on that 11 paper towel section. My physical examination of the 10 paper towel section revealed a considerable amount of blood in the approximate center of it.
So with respect to each of these items, did you go on to perform the Castle-Mayer screening test?
I did.
Were the results the same for each of the items we've just talked about?
They were.
What were the results?
Of all the samples that I took from each of these items, they all tested positive for the presence of blood.
And after performing tests on each of those items, what did you do?
Then I set about sampling each of them so that specimens could be forwarded on for DNA testing.
And did you give each of those samples or cuttings, if you took cuttings, new evidence numbers?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those were?
Okay, here we go. A sample of the blood from TLE-55A, the first cardboard and clear plastic box, that was designated as TLE-55A-1. Following that, the next exhibit was Exhibit TLE-55B, which was the metal tubing. The swabbing that I took from the metal tubing was designated as Exhibit TLE-55B-1. The next exhibit was the metal rod with the fleur-de-lis adornment at one end, and that was Exhibit TLE-55C. And the swabbing that I took from that exhibit was designated as TLE-55C-1. The sample of blood that I took from the second cardboard box with the multicolored cardboard and the clear plastic, that was Exhibit TLE-55, and I designated the sample taken from that as Exhibit TLE-55D-1. The next item was the teal candle holder, the round teal-colored metal candle holder with a butterfly pattern. That was Exhibit TLE-55C, and the child exhibit taken from that for DNA testing that I created was designated as TLE-55E-1. The next item we spoke about was the elephant figurine, which was Exhibit TLE-55H. I designated a swabbing of the blood taken from that elephant as TLE-55H-1. From the candelabra, I selected one particular red-brown deposit, although there were several. I selected one particular red-brown deposit for sampling and testing. The candelabra was Exhibit TLE-55I, and the sample that I collected from it to forward for DNA testing was Exhibit TLE-55I-1A. The next item was what I described as a light socket, which had an attached electrical cord. That was Exhibit TLE-55I, and I swabbed a deposit of blood from that light socket and identified that particular swabbing as Exhibit TLE-55I-2A. And now the last exhibit, which was artificial branches. Although I tested more than one area, I selected one for analysis. That particular exhibit was designated by Major Crime Unit as TLE-55I-3, and I designated my sample taken from it as TLE-55I-3A.
And with respect to TLE-55F, which was the paper towels, did you take cuttings of those paper towels?
Yes. With respect to Exhibit TLE-55F, I cut out a portion of the blood staining on that second 10 paper towel length of paper towels, and I designated that cutting as Exhibit TLE-55F-2A.
Did you also take a cutting from the hand towel, which was 55J?
Yes. I took a cutting from the hand towel and designated that cutting for DNA testing as Exhibit TLE-55J-1. The
next item I want to talk about is TLE-80. Did you perform testing on that item?
Yes.
And how would you describe TLE 80?
Exhibit TLE 80 was a brown paper bag that was fairly dirty, but it contained paper towels that were bloodstained.
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 32U. Do you see what appears to be paper towels with red staining inside of a bucket with a number 80 evidence marker next to it?
Yes, sir.
And do those paper towels appear to be TLE 80 that you tested?
As best I can tell, yes.
What was the result of your physical examination of TLE 80?
So, reading directly from my notes, I wrote, the majority of the paper towels are stained in a very diffuse red color. The remaining surfaces are stained with a brown colored material consistent with grime or soil.
Did you perform the Castle-Mayer screening test on TLE 80?
I did.
What was the result?
That result was positive for the presence of blood.
And let me ask you about a hypothetical situation with the Castle-Mayer screening test. If somebody puts bleach or a bleach-based cleaner on a blood stain and then uses paper towels to wipe it up, would the Castle-Mayer test still be able to detect the presence of blood?
Potentially, yes.
What did you do with item TLE 80 after it tested positive for blood?
I cut a small section of the paper towel out using scissors and transferred that cutting to a coin envelope, renamed the exhibit, put that label on the envelope, and forwarded the envelope on for DNA testing.
And what was the new number that cutting got?
The cutting from the paper towels, which was exhibit TLE-80, was designated by me as exhibit TLE-80-A.
Now, the last item I want to talk to you about is TLE 79. Did you test that item?
Yes.
How would you describe TLE 79?
Exhibit TLE 79 was a white sports cap, or baseball style cap. It didn't have any designation as to a particular sports team, baseball or otherwise. It was just plain, and that's why I just referred to it as a sports cap.
And I'm going to show you exhibit 39, beginning with the image on the top left. Do you see a white baseball style cap in a bucket with an evidence marker number 79?
Yes, sir.
And then there are three images to the right of that images. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do. I took those photos.
So let's look at the first one of those three. How do you know this is an image that you took?
Well, as part of our laboratory protocol, all photographs have to be labeled. The image itself has to be labeled with the laboratory number, our initials, and the exhibit number. I also choose to add the date that I took the photograph in there.
So do we see that up top, FL17-0717 KGM?
That's correct. You see the laboratory number up there that I described previously, my initials KGM, the exhibit number TLE-79, and the date April 13th, 2017.
And then we'll look at the next picture in that row. Is this also a picture that you took?
Yes, sir.
And is this the back of that same hat?
It is.
Finally, the third picture, is this a picture that you took as well?
It is.
And it's looking into the hat from the bottom.
That's correct.
Did you perform a physical examination of this hat?
I did.
What was the result?
My physical examination revealed the presence of many red-brown spatters on the rear kind of plastic webbing or fabric of the hat. And I also noted one small red-brown stain on the brim of the hat on the left side.
Did you perform the Castle-Mayer screening test on this hat?
I did.
On which part of the hat did you perform that test?
I took two samples, one from the back of the cap, where you see that those red-brown spatters, and I also took tested a sample from the sweat band of the hat. Not testing for blood, but I'm now swabbing the sweat band around the interior of the hat for purposes of collecting what we call wearer DNA. DNA that's deposited on clothing by virtue of merely wearing an item over a series of days or hours or whatever.
So let's talk about the sample you took from the back of the hat. What was the result of the Castle-Mayer screening test on that sample?
That testing was positive for the presence of blood.
And what did you do after receiving that result?
In this case, a section of that mesh fabric was cut out by myself using a scissors, repackaged into a coin envelope, renamed, sealed, and then forwarded on for DNA testing.
And what was the new evidence number you gave that cutting?
The cutting from the cap for analysis of the blood was designated by me as Exhibit TLE-79-A.
And you also mentioned you took a swab of the interior brim of the hat to potentially test for DNA. Did you give that swab an evidence number?
Yes, that swabbing for wearer DNA analysis was designated as Exhibit TLE-79-B.
And we discussed this earlier, but just to clarify, you did not conduct any DNA testing in this case?
I did not.
Your role was just to screen items for the potential presence of blood or other biological fluids and then submit them or pass them along to DNA for testing.
That's correct.
I could have one moment, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have for now.
All right, thank you. Given that it's 10 after 11, why don't we take our 15-minute break now? We'll come back and have cross-examination at that time and work until about 12:15. All right, thank you.
Please rise.
All rise, jury entering. Okay, be seated.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In addition to being an analyst for the serology division of the biology department, you had other responsibilities at the time.
Well, I had over the years, but a lot of those responsibilities went away because the laboratory ceased to offer certain types of services due to a lack of case submissions.
And was one of those services analyzing chemicals and paints?
Yes,
And you did have training in making those analyses?
I did.
And you did that for this case?
I did.
You talked about it a little bit on direct, but when evidence comes in, it sounds like somebody from the lab accepts the evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And accepts the evidence examination request form.
That's correct.
Okay, and the purpose of that is so that when you, as the analyst, take the evidence, you want to make sure the number that's on the evidence matches the description on the form.
Among other things, yes.
What other things?
Well, we want to make sure that the department case number matches, that the exhibit number matches, that the laboratory label put on the packaging matches, and so on and so forth.
Okay. So when you did a paint analysis, you were doing a paint analysis from the paint cans that were found. Paint cans?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. So I know you have some of your reports regarding the state's question. Did you bring your entire report on this case?
I thought I did, but I only requested that portion of the file pertaining to forensic serology, not the analysis of paint.
So you didn't, okay. If I shared with you what appears to be your report on paint in comparison, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you can refer to that if you need to continue answering my questions, but let me know when you feel ready to answer questions.
Okay, I think I'm ready.
Okay, great. So I just want to, the jurors have already heard about this, but you had in the laboratory exhibit TLE 56
That's correct.
and exhibit TLE 57.
Yes, ma'am.
And those two are spray paint cans,
They were.
greenish color. Green color, hunter green.
Yes, dark green.
Okay. And basically the two were about the same paint. You determined they were about the same paint. They're indistinguishable.
Well, they were both Rust-Oleum brand, smooth protective enamel, satin finish in color code 7732 hunter green spray paint.
So for purpose of comparison, they're the same.
As far as I could tell, but I did not test one of the samples.
And, but it did, one of the cans that had paint did appear to have been used.
Again, if I may refer to my notes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They both had kind of overspray, indicating that both cans of paint had been used. One still contained the push button nozzle at the top. The second can was missing that. But around that, on the metal rim around the spray nozzle, there were overspray of dark green paint on the can itself, indicating that both cans had been used.
Now, for purpose of comparison, are you able to, if paint is scraped off an object, say a piece of glass, are you able to compare that paint with the paint from the can and see if it came from, if the can was the source of that paint?
Oh yes, in fact, in order for me to test the paint inside exhibit TLE 56, the one can that did have the spray nozzle, I actually spray painted a microscope slide. And then after the paint had dried, scraped the paint off of the microscope slide using a scalpel so I could perform testing on the paint, because when we perform these analyses, the sample must be dried.
And in this case, the only comparison you were asked to do was something that was found on a flannel shirt.
That's correct.
And I think you testify on direct, you're not asked to do anything unless it pertains to the case.
Could you rephrase that?
So when you're doing an evidence examination, you assume that it has something to do with the case number.
Yes, ma'am.
So, so in this case, the flannel shirt had a number (9034268).
That's correct.
Could you describe, how did you describe the flannel shirt?
I described it as one blue/white/black plaid men's short sleeve dress shirt.
And if in one of the items you would compare that description with is the description on the evidence examination?
Yes.
Request 5-minute approach. 722. And on that evidence examination request, did you see the corresponding number with the flannel shirt?
I did.
And is it consistent with what you saw in your testing, the shirt that you tested?
No, in one minor regard.
And go ahead.
On the evidence examination request form, the item is described as a flannel shirt, and my examination revealed that although it's plaid, It's not a flannel shirt. It's a typical men's dress shirt.
Like a checker shirt.
Right, like my shirt today with a pattern on it.
And what was your conclusion after the analysis?
So I conducted a chemical analysis of the paint that was contained in the spray can, TLE 56, and on some paint spatter that was on that flannel shirt. And although I was unable to identify the binder type, a binder is a component of all types of paint, whether it's automotive or architectural or spray paint. In its way, the coatings industry classifies paints according to their binder formulation. And during the course of a forensic paint analysis, among other things, our goal is to identify the binder formulation. If the binder formulations do not match, then even if every other physical characteristic or chemical characteristic matches, they still can't be regarded as having come from the same source. They must match in all regards. And I was unable to determine the binder formulation in the samples that I had taken from the flannel shirt. But I saw enough differences in other aspects, other chemical aspects, that I was able to exclude the paint in exhibit TLE 56 as being the source of the paint on the shirt, which is exhibit 9034268.
And that was submitted in the case of, does the evidence examination request usually sometimes identify the owner of the property?
Sometimes, yes.
And in this case, who is identified as the owner of the property?
Objection as to basis of knowledge of hearsay.
All right, can you come up? So the objection is sustained. You can continue on.
Which case was this test conducted for?
The investigation into the deaths of Jenna Pellegrini and Christine Sullivan.
Did you do any other comparisons with paint with TLE 56?
I did not.
So no scrapings from windows or anything were submitted to you for comparison?
I don't believe so. I obviously haven't studied the case file in quite some time, and when I did, I focused on serology. But I don't recall testing a sample from I believe you said a window?
Well, let's talk about how decisions are made as to what is tested. It sounds like you might have experience with that, given your length of career at the state lab, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in a homicide case, does it generally get priority over all other items that get submitted to the state lab?
Yes, ma'am.
And who makes the decision on what gets done when?
Well, in most cases, as I mentioned earlier, a major case coordinator is assigned on a rotational basis.
So the major case coordinator is somebody that works in the state lab.
That's correct.
And the coordinator seems to suggest that that person coordinates with other people,
That's correct.
in addition to the people in the lab.
That's correct.
What other people besides the people in the lab does the major case coordinator work with?
Well, there have been representatives from the Attorney General's office. I don't have their names available to me. And members of the major crime unit who had gone to the crime scene and collected evidence.
And those people would have a meeting?
That's correct. They would schedule a mutually convenient time and place, and they would meet all together and decide, amongst all the evidence that was collected, what will be tested, and if there was a volume of evidence that was requested to be tested, then it might be divided into different tiers, where tier number one would be evidence that got a higher priority in testing over those items in tier 2 or tier 3. Sometimes we may never get to tier 2 or tier 3 based upon the results that we got of testing the items from tier number 1.
Okay, I want to turn to your attention to a swab that you tested, PLE 208. You did not go to the scene.
I did not.
So 208 is just a number to you.
That's correct.
The jurors have already heard that this particular swab came from 208, which has been identified as ceiling.
Hold on. What's the objection?
I don't think that testimony came out.
All right, come on up.
Why you were asked to test 208?
No, ma'am.
Sometimes in the correspondence, there's correspondence emailed among the members of the case coordinator and the major crimes leader and the AGs to make decisions about testing.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if a brush was put on a particular item, sometimes those emails will reveal why.
Yes, ma'am.
But in this case, you're not sure why.
I don't recall at the moment. I'm not sure if I knew at the time. I likely didn't.
In any event, it is a picture that that's already been identified by the evidence collected holding your thumb against the tank, and it's a small swab. Is that typical of a swab that, a blood stain that would be collected by the use of a swab?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the result of that test?
The results of my analysis of the swabs from TLE-208 were positive for the presence of blood.
And what'd you do with the results and the evidence?
So the results of those analyses were memorialized in my report dated May 23rd. And the swabs themselves were forwarded onto the DNA unit.
And sometimes you forward everything that is tested positive for blood to the DNA, for DNA analysis?
Usually, but sometimes I will collect more than one sample for DNA testing from a given exhibit, like the shovel, for instance. And the DNA unit may elect to only test one set of samples, knowing that they both came from the same item. And if they're of the impression that testing the second sample would be an unnecessary duplication of effort, they may not test a second or a third or a fourth sample.
Do you know if the DNA lab tests every single swab that you send forward on to them?
Well, again, kind of like what I just said, I do send them multiple samples. Now, in this case, all these swabs came from different locations, I assume, and so I'm confident that they probably tested every one.
So just to clarify, there could be multiple blood stains on the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And the person on the scene makes a decision on what stains to collect, correct?
That's correct.
So it could be somebody from major crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes there's somebody there from your department.
Potentially, or excuse me, if the laboratory is there, typically we'll collect our own samples. We won't direct the major crime unit to collect samples on our behalf, although it's possible.
And so for determine whether or not something is sent on to DNA for testing, is it true that it has to be something that is requested? The testing has been requested in serology?
That's the general rule, although a situation could exist where I discovered something that I felt was important to DNA test, if in fact it was blood or whatever, and I decided to exert my authority as the chief serologist to test a stain And if it was positive, send that one along.
Getting back to Exhibit 208, TLE 208, you didn't make the decision to make the test.
I did not.
That was requested.
Yes, ma'am.
That would have been requested by the major case coordinator
That's correct.
based on her communications with the rest of the team.
Yes, ma'am.
Another item exhibit you examined was TLE 154. If I asked you, do you recall participating in the decision on how to examine a ring, a female's ring, does that refresh your recollection of whether or not you made a, participated in the decision on how to test the ring?
Yes, I did. I do recall that.
All right. And what we're talking about is, if you could show, is it Exhibit X3? Is that the ring that appeared at the lab?
To the best of my recollection, I'm not really sure.
Okay.
I don't necessarily.
If you don't remember, we'll take this down. I don't want to miss.
Right.
If you don't remember.
I don't have an independent recollection of that.
Okay, we'll take it down. You do seem to have a recollection about discussion of a ring.
Yes.
And there was a major case. That you participated in trying to decide how to best collect a DNA sampling from the ring.
That's correct.
And one of the problems is that the ring is pretty tiny. Female rings tend to be small.
Okay, I'll agree with that.
All right, well, do you recall having concerns about having enough DNA on the ring to be tested at all?
Yes, the major crime unit investigator was interested in having a ring that I believe was worn by one of the victims tested for DNA, specifically for the DNA of a prospective assailant. But I had to counsel him and advise him that because it's a ring and it's worn on the hand for days, if not months or years, it contains an abundance of DNA from the person who wears the ring. And they were looking for DNA that would have been deposited on the ring during some sort of an assault. That would have been far less DNA than the amount of DNA present from the victim, who wore the ring daily. And so I counseled them to consider having the ring tested at a laboratory that could conduct what's known as YSTR dash between the Y and the S, YSTR DNA analysis. That's an analysis that my laboratory does not offer, but it is available quite commonly now at private laboratories who do testing for a fee. The benefit of conducting YSTR DNA analysis is that it only tests for DNA from the Y chromosome. The only people that have Y chromosomes are males. And if I didn't assume, if they didn't tell me, I'm assuming that the perpetrator of this crime or these crimes is a male. So that's an assumption I'm making if I wasn't told that. So we have the potential for male DNA on the outside surface of the ring and female DNA all over the ring. If we did a conventional DNA analysis, which is just an STR DNA analysis, the vast amount of DNA present on that ring from the female would wipe out and overshadow the very small amount of DNA left behind on that ring during the few moments that the male came in contact with that ring during an assault. However, if you do perform a YSTR DNA analysis, you're only testing for male DNA. And the abundance of female DNA on the evidence will not interfere with this type of an analysis. And so that's why I encourage them, when you do this analysis, and you basically have one shot to do this, you want to pick the right method of DNA analysis and pick YSTR DNA testing if you truly believe that you have a male perpetrator with your female victim.
And do you know whether or not they followed your recommendation?
I do not.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, may this witness be released?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If I could see counsel at the bench, please. Now, and plan on being back at 1 o'clock.
Please rise.
You can go ahead and bring in the jury today. Is the next witness in the courtroom ready to go?
Please rise, jury entering. Please be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, have a seat, and thank you very much for your patience throughout the process that took a little over an hour. I did want to remind you of a couple of things. Based on the discussion we just had, it will come as no surprise to you that I'm going to remind you one last time today not to discuss the case with anyone, not even amongst yourselves, not with your friends or family or anyone else. Do not do any research on your own, and avoid any media coverage of the case at all. If you do happen to be exposed to the substance of some media, please report that to me in the morning, and by that I mean when the clerk comes in, she will check with you in the morning, and if you have had any exposure at all, just let her know so that we can address it, okay? Next, it came to my attention in talking to a few of you that you're under the impression that you are not allowed to interrupt the proceedings by raising your hand to maybe you didn't hear something that was said or you're not seeing an exhibit. I recall telling you at the beginning, and I want to reinforce it, that you are absolutely and should be doing that. If you do not hear a witness's answer, if you do not hear an attorney's question, or maybe you didn't understand the witness's answer, or maybe an exhibit's being presented and you can't see it, you know, sometimes the print is quite small. If you can't see it, please interrupt. The most important thing here is that you see and hear and experience all of the evidence that's being presented, okay? Now, there are some judges, I am not one of them, but there are some judges who do allow jurors to ask questions, and there's a process that they go through in doing that. I do not allow that, and that may be the source of the confusion in your mind that you're not allowed to ask questions of witnesses. That is true. But you are certainly allowed, in fact, encouraged to interrupt if you don't hear or see something, okay? So please don't be shy. You are the finders of fact in this case. Your understanding of the evidence is the most important thing that's happening here, okay? All right, and then it also came to my attention in the discussion with one or more of you that a comment has been made to you about your ability after the case to receive transcripts of the case. I'm not sure what was meant by that, to be honest with you. But I want to at least clarify that while the case is going on and when you are in deliberation, you will not be provided transcripts of what was said here. You're going to be instructed to take your own and your collective recollection of what happened in the evidence, what the evidence is. That's why you are to deliberate it. Juror number 2 might think that a witness said X, when juror number 8 says, no, I think the witness said Y. It is up to you to deliberate and come to a collective understanding of what the evidence was without doing any violence to your own recollection of what the evidence was. And I'll be giving a more specific instruction at the end of the case. Okay? One last time, encourage you to interrupt if you didn't hear or see something. Attorney Hinckley, anything further on those issues?
No, thank
Attorney
you.
Nye, on those issues?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Trooper Hildreth, I take it?
Gregory Hildreth, Judge.
Please come forward. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
So please come around the back side of the witness stand. When you enter, kindly remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
Please introduce yourself to the jurors.
My name is Trooper First Class Gregory Hildreth. The last is spelled Hildreth. I am a state trooper with the New Hampshire State Police.
And what was your assignment back in the winter of 2016 going into 2017?
At that time, I was assigned to detectives with Troop A.
Up on the screen is a calendar. It should also be in the screen in front of you. State's Exhibit 82. This is a calendar the jurors have seen many times before. I want to direct your attention to a day not shown on this calendar, Tuesday, January 31st of 2017. On that day, did you participate in evidence processing of a house at 979 Meterborough Road in Farmington?
I did.
And what was your role in evidence processing that particular day?
At that time, I was assigned to be one of the evidence technicians.
Were you the only investigator who was processing the house for potential evidence on that day?
No.
About how many other investigators were working with you that day? About?
To my recollection, I remember at least 3, maybe 4 in the house.
Asked what was done on January 31st while you were at the house, what were some of the crime scene processing conducted that you remember?
So we processed the entire house. We processed around the perimeter of the house, and yeah.
And when you say processed the house, what were some of the things that you and other investigators were doing as part of that crime scene processing on that day?
So one of my assignments is as evidence was discovered or things of potential evidentiary value, we would basically tag it with a unique identifier. In my case, I used GMH dash followed by a numeric, and that would basically be placed out before any evidence was touched, photographed, and then that's how we would identify what we found and where we found it.
And were physical items actually taken from the residence as part of that crime scene processing?
They were.
Is it fair to say that sitting here today, you do not have a photographic memory of every item that was documented from the search that was conducted by you and other investigators back on January 31st?
Yes, that's accurate.
Do you have with you your report that you prepared back then, which lists recovered items and their corresponding evidence numbers, as well as where they were located?
I do. I brought that up with me.
And if any point in time you wish to look at that, just let us know, and we need to make a record of it, okay? Okay?
Yes.
And you said that among your duties was the actual physically collecting evidence and items for potential processing later on by evidence technicians or scientists later on?
Correct.
And what again were the 3 letters that prefaced all the evidence numbers for you?
I used my initials, GMH.
Were among the items that were taken during the processing that particular day apparent drugs and drug paraphernalia that were found in various areas of the house?
Yes.
What were some of the drugs and drug paraphernalia that you remember seeing, documenting, collecting that particular day?
There was a variety of pills collected. There was a crack pipe. I recall a white chunk material. I didn't identify it at the time. There was a bag of crystallized powder. Just general drug paraphernalia throughout different rooms of the house.
Did items of potential evidence that were taken from inside the house during the processing that occurred on January 31st also include a large amount of cash that you remember?
Yes.
And about how much cash and where was that found?
That was $3,828, and I believe that was found in the master bedroom. I can refer to the report if needed.
No. Do you recall if it was in any particular item, that cash?
It was inside another, like a bag or a pouch.
Did other items of potential evidentiary value that was taken from the house that day, a number of cell phones?
Correct, yes.
Did some of those cell phones that were taken look broken or otherwise non-functional?
Yes.
But they were taken anyways as part of that processing?
They were.
I want to focus on a few specific items that were taken during the crime scene processing that you participated in on January 31st. And I want to use the unique identifying numbers associated with it. GMH15, was this a single item or many items?
That was one single item containing many items.
And what was the single item that you labeled GMH15?
That was a black trash bag.
What were among the items that were found inside that black trash bag that you gave evidence number GMH15?
So that bag contained, there was a bottle of cleaner, I believe 2 broken cell phones. There was a bedding that contained what looked like red blood stains. There was a pillow that contained, again, what looked like red blood stains. A bed padding that contained what looked like red blood stains. Two or three rugs that also contained red blood stains, what looked to be red blood stains.
Were the individual items that were found inside that black trash bag also given further identification evidence numbers?
Yes.
And for example, does it go GMH15A, GMH15B, and so on?
That's correct.
So up on the screen and on the screen in front of you, and actually, let's go on to State's Exhibit 31. Are these some of the photos that were taken during the crime scene processing that you participated in that depict some of the items that were found inside the garbage bag designated GMH15?
That's accurate, yes.
And let's go through some of those photos, and let's start with the photograph on the upper left. And is this a photograph of that actual black trash bag?
It is.
And the jurors heard from another witness about the yellow card, but what is the yellow card and what's its purpose?
That's what we use to basically label for the photograph, what the item is going to be labeled as far as tracking.
Looking at the trash bag to the left, there's a multicolored item. It has part of a tag on it. Do you remember what this item was?
That was a rug.
And was this one of the many rugs that you talked about that was actually found inside the bag?
Yes.
So turning to another one of the individual photos from State's Exhibit 31. And again, the jurors heard from another witness about this, but the white paper, if you can remind the jurors what the white paper is.
That's butcher paper. We lay that out so it's a good contrast against the floor material so we can highlight whatever we're collecting.
And are we going to be seeing some similar white butcher paper in other photos that we're going to be looking at?
I'm sure you will, yes.
And actually, we also see a brown paper bag that has some writing. Could you explain that for us, please?
So that's GMH15-C.
And I'm not referring to what specifically is in there, but what is the purpose of the brown bag and the label on the bag?
That's what the evidence is actually collected into, often by stuff that could become biohazard.
We see here in the photograph an item identified as GMH15B. It's enlarged on the lower left. What is this item?
That was the bedding that I mentioned that looked like it contained red blood stains.
And has that apparent blood staining been enlarged in the photograph on the lower left-hand corner?
Yes.
Turning to another photo of the contents of the black trash bag, what is item number GMH15C, a portion of which has been enlarged on the upper right-hand corner?
That's again bedding from the same where the bed sheets were collected.
And the portion that's highlighted in yellow and enlarged on the upper right, what did you see here?
It's kind of difficult to see in the photo, but that looked like some type of staining.
The next photo that we're going to be looking at, what is this brown square-shaped object, GMH15D?
This is again one of the rugs I referenced before.
And do we see that same rug in the middle photograph, and we have a portion of it enlarged and over to the right?
Correct.
And what do we see on the rug that has been enlarged and put over to the right here?
That was staining that was identified.
As to the next photo, were all the items that we're looking at that it's seen on the white butcher paper, were all those items found inside the black garbage bag as well?
So these items, minus the rug and the stuff in the upper corner, all that stuff laid out by the backpack was items found inside the backpack, inside the black trash bag.
So the items that I'm pointing out with the laser pointer up on my screen, all these items were in this bag, which in turn was in the black trash bag,
Yes.
along with all the other items that are indicated here? Yes?
Yes, sorry.
Focusing on the upper right-hand corner, the next slide's going to be an enlargement of that particular area. What is that orange container that's been highlighted in yellow here and enlarged to the right?
That was that cleaner I mentioned?
And turning to another photograph from State's Exhibit 31. What is this photographed item, which you have labeled GMH15I?
This is that pillow that looked like it had red blood staining on it.
An area of that pillow has been highlighted in yellow and enlarged on the lower left. First, to the right of that yellow highlighted area, do we see some of that apparent blood staining that you saw?
You do.
As to the highlighted patterning on the left here, for a frame of reference, and then we'll go to the next slide. The photo at the top is from State's Exhibit 45 with the jurors, which the jurors have seen before. The enlargement down here, is that the same enlargement that we saw on the previous photo?
Yes.
And I'll ask the jurors to take a couple moments to compare the patterning here and here. Turning to another photo of the other contents of that black trash bag, what is the item pointed out by the red arrow here?
That was another bag that was found inside the black trash bag.
And what is the item pointed out by the yellow arrow here?
That was another rug inside the black trash bag.
And an item to the left has been highlighted in yellow. It's going to be enlarged on the next slide, which is going to be the last photo from State's Exhibit 31. What generally is this highlighted, this document to the right here, what generally is that?
That's a documentation for application for food stamp benefits.
And can you make out the signature that's been highlighted in yellow here and enlarged to the immediate left?
Yes.
And what is that signature?
Jenna Pellegrini.
Was another item found inside that black trash bag among with this paperwork and other items a cell phone that you assigned evidence number GMH15A?
Yes.
The various items that were found inside that black trash bag, as well as the trash bag itself, were they retained as possible evidence for later possible scientific testing by others?
They were.
Going back to one of the items found in the black trash bag, the sheet with apparent blood stains, which you assigned evidence number GMH15C. Do you see that same evidence number highlighted in yellow in the top row of State's Exhibit 61, which I'm pointing out with the highlighter?
I do.
Do you also see that same evidence number highlighted in yellow in the left-hand column of State's Exhibit 60?
Yes.
The trash bag itself, that again was given what evidence number?
That was GMH15.
And do you see that same evidence number highlighted in yellow on the far left column of this chart?
I do.
Which the jurors have seen before, and again, it's State's Exhibit 62.
I do.
One moment, Judge.
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes. setting up, I'll just start with some preliminary questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you?
I want to, sounds like you came on the scene a few days after the crime scene was set up,
Yes,
and your goal is to collect evidence.
my primary goal is to, yes, identify first and then collect evidence.
Let's talk about identifying. So it sounds like you walked through the house,
Correct, yes.
and you walked through the house with other people.
Correct, yes.
And while you're walking through the house, you and the other people will identify things that might be evidentiary value.
Potentially, yes.
Well, so you identify things that have potential evidentiary value.
Yes,
And that's based on the group's experience as to what kind of things might be of evidentiary value in the investigation of a homicide.
correct.
So that means you don't collect everything that's like on the washing machine just because it's there.
Correct.
You don't collect everything on the kitchen counter just because it's there.
Correct.
You collect things, you being the group, that you've determined that might have some potential evidentiary value.
Yes,
And one of the things that you identified was the black trash bag that the prosecutor has been showing.
yes,
And you took out all the items.
yes.
We're going to bring that picture back up and show you the okay, in the upper left-hand corner appears to be the black trash bag, is that correct?
Yes,
And then has a tag on it with your initials on it, GMH 15.
yes,
All right, go back to the full exhibit, which is marked as State's Exhibit 31. I want to show you the next picture that's on the bottom row. And on top of that picture, there's a bucket,
yes,
and you ended up marking that bucket as GMH 15K, along with the receipt and a cigarette stub, and it looks like some sort of wet paper towel.
yes, that's what the photo shows, yes.
I'd like to turn your attention to the receipt. We're going to zoom it up for you. And is that receipt dated September 7, 2016? Did I read that correctly?
Yes, I see September 7, 2016.
Okay, do I read correctly that one of the items purchased was acetone,
Correct, yes,
and another item that was purchased back in September 7, 2016 was spray paint?
yes,
So at the time that you collected the trash bag, how is it that you determined which bag to pick? I mean, the jurors have seen a number of bags spread out throughout the house. So what was taken, what process did you and the group follow to determine which bag had potential evidentiary value?
I don't recall who identified that bag initially or spotted it. I just know at some point I was told to put an evidence marker on it. We took a photo of it and then we removed it from the location it was in. But I don't recall at this point how, I know in general the process we would do.
So you don't recall participating in the decision that particular bag, because it was dark, right?
I don't recall what the lighting was when I walked in there.
Okay, you want to bring back up the picture of the black plastic bag? that, is there anything in that picture that suggests that you could see through that particular bag?
No.
So how is it that one would determine that that might have potential evidentiary value?
I don't know. Again, when we do a search warrant, we work our way through the house and we do look at everything. I don't remember if this was something that was seen by someone close up and they saw something through the top, or that they just suspected it might be something. I don't recall how that was initially determined.
All right, so I think you testified on direct that you collected cell phones.
Yes.
And you collected cell phones that didn't appear to work.
Yes.
You collected cell phones that appeared to be broken.
Correct.
How is it that would have potential evidentiary value?
That's pretty much a standard operating procedure in a case like that. Any potential phone calls that might have been made, text messages get sent, all that stuff gets seized for potential processing in a crime scene.
So are you saying you collected every phone that was in that house?
I can't say at this point whether it was every phone. I don't see why we would have skipped one, but I can't recall as far out.
Okay, so but from what I'm hearing though, anything of electronic, something that could be examined, ordinarily would be collected.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yeah, briefly. So the search that was conducted by you and other investigators were pursuant to a warrant.
Correct.
And the warrant actually sets forth parameters of what can be and cannot be searched for, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you're also constrained by the parameters of the warrant?
Correct.
And with respect to the day that we're talking about, January 31st, that was not the initial day of processing, right? That was several days into it?
It was, yes, several days after this was initiated.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any recross? Sir, you may step down. Thank you.
May this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Are you doing
We do need to take a recess, Judge.
All right, so what happens next is I believe that the state is going to be playing a video of a deposition of a witness. It's what's known as a trial deposition. This will be as if the person was testifying live here in court. I'm going to give you this advice or instruction now, and I'll repeat it again. The testimony that you hear on video is itself the testimony. You will not have the video with you in the deliberation room, so please pay attention to the testimony on the video. Okay? All right, thank you. We'll be back in a few minutes after they set it up.
hear that back there? No?
I'd like to get some tape of our
We made the slides that will be shown to the witness, copies of the slides.
Is it better? I don't want to blow out juror number one's ears either.
What?
I don't want to blow out juror number one's ears either.
the jury in.
Your Honor, excuse me, before they come in. Sorry to interrupt. But in order for Mr. Verrill to see the TV, I've spoken with court personnel. They're okay with him sitting at his back table.
Okay.
They're also asking to be able to move before the jury enters.
Do you want to move now before he comes in? Yeah, go ahead.
You have to stay up here, Judge, to move the TV and hit play.
Okay. Just need enough room for the jurors to get by, that's all.
Whoever comes through, be cautious of this.
Yes, okay. All right, go ahead.
Please rise, jury entering.
Cautious of
Just be careful, yeah. All right, go ahead. All right, folks, as I indicated before the break, you're going to be watching a videotaped deposition of trial testimony of the next witness. The testimony that you watch is the evidence, so please pay attention to it as you would a live witness. The tape itself, you probably don't even know what tapes are, the disc, will be marked for identification, which you might remember my earlier explanation. That means the disc itself is not actually a disc that will go back with you to the jury room. So please pay attention to this testimony. Also, we've rearranged some seating to make sure that everybody can see the video. Go ahead.
Jurors can all see this? No, they cannot. Yeah, that's problematic. If I put it in between, is this better? No.
That doesn't go up?
That's problematic.
All right. Such things as videotapes, but I know that.
Can the jurors see this now? All the jurors are nodding yes, it appears, Judge?
Anybody have any difficulty seeing it? Please. Well, let me start with the jurors. Can all of the jurors see the screen? All right, they're all saying yes.
That, Judge, I'm going to play it.
All right, go ahead.
For the record, today is February 20th, 2024. This is a video recorded trial deposition of Ann Elizabeth Pellegrini. Reference will be made to slides that will be shown to the witness. Copies of the slides have been provided to the defense. Those slides will be entered as a court exhibit, as will the video recording of this deposition. And with that, the state calls Ann Elizabeth Pellegrini. Could you please stand? Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. And if you can introduce yourself and spell your name for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Ann Elizabeth Pellegrini. It's P-E-L-O-N-Z-I.
This coming mid-March to April, do you expect to be out of the country?
Yes.
Now, on the screen is slide number 1. Can you please confirm for us that that slide is blank on your computer screen?
Yes, it is.
Where do you currently work?
Currently, I work for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services.
And for about how long have you worked for the Department of Environmental Services, and what do you do there?
I've been working there for 4 years, and I am a source protection specialist. I monitor drinking water sources throughout the state for cyanobacteria.
Back in 2017, did you have other employment?
Yes, I did.
And what was that other employment that you had back in 2017?
I worked for the New Hampshire Department, the New Hampshire Forensic Laboratory.
And back in 2017, for about how long did you work for the State Police Forensic Laboratory? About?
16 years.
And what generally is the state lab, the State Forensic Lab?
The lab is a laboratory that law enforcement will bring items they've collected from crimes, and the scientists in the lab will perform certain methods or analysis on those items to aid in solving the crimes.
Is it fair to say that what you do for work now is different than the work that you did with the state lab back in 2017?
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that you have not maintained your training and qualifications for your past work with the state lab?
Correct.
And you're aware that your testimony in this case is limited to your past activities in collecting latent print impressions?
Yes.
Have you given similar testimony in a prior proceeding in this same case when you were still working for the state lab?
Yes.
Now, back in 2017, what unit in the state lab did you work in?
The pattern evidence unit.
And what is the pattern evidence unit, and what types of work did the unit perform while you were working in there?
The pattern evidence unit consisted of fingerprints, footwear, and tire track impressions.
And what were some of your duties and responsibilities in the pattern evidence unit of the state lab?
I would process evidence to possibly develop latent print impressions. I trained new employees in how to process evidence. I wrote standard operating procedures on some of the equipment that I used. And I also mixed the chemicals to make the reagents for some of the methods that I did.
And did you have a title at the state lab?
Yes, I was a criminalist one.
And I've referred to latent print impressions, and you've referred to latent print impressions. The jurors are going to hear more detailed testimony about latent print impressions from another witness. For purposes of your testimony, what generally is a latent print impression?
Sure, so on our hands and feet we have patterns made up by what are called ridges, and those patterns sometimes can be transferred to an object if somebody touches the object.
When you worked at the state lab, what work did you do with respect to latent print impressions?
I would process physical evidence that came into the lab to potentially develop latent print impressions on those items.
And when you say you process items, what generally do you mean by that?
Depending on the type of evidence, I would perform certain different types of scientific methods to see if any latent print impressions would develop.
About how many years had you worked for the state lab as a criminalist processing items for the possible presence of latent print impressions? About how many years?
12 years.
Over those years, about how many items did you process for the possible presence of latent impressions? And this is an approximation.
Sure. At the time that I processed this evidence, it was about 6,000 items that I had processed prior.
And had you testified before in courts of law regarding latent impression processing that you personally conducted?
Yes.
And about how many times have you testified in courts of law?
It was approximately 5 times.
You testified that when you worked at the state lab, you processed items to determine the presence of latent impressions. How would you go about processing an item? And let's start with generally what you would do procedure-wise when you are given an item to process.
Sure. So initially I would write notes on the packaging that the item came in on our worksheets. Then I would open the packaging and take out the item and do a visual exam to see if I can see anything on there before I start doing any processing. And then I would determine which pathway to process, because non-porous items such as glass or plastic, if you put an impression on the surface of that item, it will remain on the top of that item, but objects such as paper or cardboard could actually absorb the fingerprint residue into that item. So there's different methods to use for different types of evidence.
When you processed an item for latent impressions and you found an impression that could be suitable for comparison purposes, what would you do to document and preserve that found latent impression?
Sure, I would first give it a unique identifier by giving it a letter or a number. And depending on the type of impression, if it's on porous or non-porous, I would either scan the item, mainly for porous, items. Otherwise, for non-porous items, I would take a photograph of the item and sometimes do a fingerprint lift of the item if I had applied fingerprint powder.
So you said lifting a print is one of the ways that you process it. The jurors might have heard lifting prints from TVs or the movies. Is that physically actually taking a print from an object?
Yes.
And how would you do that?
If I decided after I powdered the evidence that I still liked the way it looked, it had enough quantity and quality of detail, we had what are called fingerprint lifts. There's different types, but the main is like a clear acetate cover, and it's sticky on one side and non-sticky on the other, so you would place the adhesive side on the print where the powder is, and then you would just peel the acetate back, and the cover would just go back over it to preserve the print.
You said other ways that you use to document a latent print impression were a photograph, which the jurors understand what a photograph is. You also said a scan. What's a scan?
Like you would scan a document into a printer, so you can't lift an impression off a piece of paper. So I would just scan it. Sometimes I would photo it too, but for porous items, we would usually scan them.
And from your past processing experiences, is a scan or photograph of a recovered latent impression sometimes more suitable for comparison purposes than a lift of the actual impression?
Yes.
And how so?
Sometimes when fingerprint powder is applied to the impression, it can distort it or cover up some of the more crucial details of the item. So it all depends on how it looks after it's powdered, if I would take a lift or not.
So let's turn to the work that you performed in this particular case. With respect to the investigation into the homicides of Christine Sullivan and Jenna Pellegrini in Farmington, New Hampshire, did you process several items for the possible presence of latent print impressions?
Yes.
And as a result of your processing, did you find and document various latent print impressions?
Yes.
With respect to recovered latent impressions, from your prior experience, does the fact that an impression was recovered mean that the impression would be suitable for comparison and identification purposes?
No.
And why not?
Well, sometimes I was very conservative when I processed, so if I thought there was even the slightest chance that a comparison examiner could use it, I would document it, and sometimes they would come back and say that wasn't enough detail for us to do any comparison work.
So generally, does it depend on the amount of details that are recorded from that recovered impression?
Yes.
So we're going to go to slide 2 now.
Judge, the screen will be employed.
And are among the items that you process for latent print impressions depicted in this series of photos, which for the record is State's Exhibit 44, which you have seen before?
Yes.
So the photos on this slide are somewhat small, so the next several slides have the same photos enlarged. And we're going to go next to slide number 3. And with respect to this slide, does the same clear plastic bag appear to be pointed out by the red arrow in all 3 of the photos on this slide?
Yes.
Next, we're going to go to slide 4. And next, we'll go to slide 5. Are some same items photographed in both pictures on this slide, like item labeled TLE 55D, which is pointed out by the red arrows?
Yes.
Next, we'll go to slide number 6. And next, we'll go to slide number 7. And slide number 7, going back to State's Exhibit 44, are items depicted in these photos the only items that you process for latent print impressions in this particular case?
No.
With respect to the numerous items that you examined for the possible presence of latent impressions, did each of the examined items have a corresponding unique evidence number that was generated by someone other than you?
Yes.
For example, for many of the items that you examined, did their corresponding evidence number that you got when you received the items have the letters TLE followed by a number or a number and a letter?
Yes.
Were among those other items that you examined for the presence of latent impressions that had corresponding unique evidence numbers TLE followed by a number pieces of tar?
Yes.
And did you recover latent impressions suitable for comparison purposes from any of the pieces of tarp that you processed?
No, I did not.
Getting back to State's Exhibit 44 on the slide, as to items seen in these photos, the ones labeled evidence numbers TLE 33, TLE 54, TLE 56, and TLE 57, they've been labeled in these photos. Did you recover either one or multiple latent impressions from each one of those items?
Yes.
One or more?
Oh, I'm sorry. On some multiple latents.
As to items labeled evidence number TLE 55, indicated by the red arrow, is it fair to say that there are multiple items labeled evidence number TLE 55, each item having also a letter designated to it as well, like TLE 55A, TLE 55B, and so on?
Yes.
Did you find latent impressions on any of the individual items labeled TLE 55 followed by a letter?
Yes.
So next we're going to go to slide number 8. And are the items in TLE 55 on which you found latent print impressions shown on this next slide? And we're going to see larger photos of these items later on in your testimony.
Yes.
So it's items TLE 55D, TLE 55G, and TLE 55K all on the bottom 2 rows?
Yes.
Were there several other separate items prefaced by evidence number TLE 55 followed by a letter that you processed for latent impressions and you found no latent impressions?
Yes.
With respect to the items on the photos in this slide on which you did find latent print impressions, again, TLE 33, TLE 54, TLE 55D, TLE 55G, TLE 55K, TLE 56, and TLE 57. How did you document the impressions that you found on these various items?
First, I would have given them a unique identifier, and on some of the evidence I took just photos, and some of the evidence I did a photo and the lift.
Your unique identifier that you assigned to it, that's different than the TLE 55 evidence number that was on the item when you received it?
Yes.
So now we're going to go to slide number 9. And that's State's Exhibit 62. On this exhibit, you see items TLE 54, TLE 55D, TLE 55G, TLE 55K, TLE 56, and TLE 57 listed and highlighted on the chart in yellow off to the left?
Yes.
And these are items which you did find latent print impressions on?
Yes.
Does the item description in the far left column accurately describe the item listed as you remember them? For example, TLE 54, is labeled plastic cap.
Yes.
And with respect to TLE 55D, lighting box, if you could describe what that means?
Yes, it was basically the packaging that decorative branches with little lights at the end of them would have come in. We didn't have the branches, it was just that packaging box that it came in.
And with respect to TLE 55G tape pieces, if you could explain that a little further?
Sure, they were pieces of cellophane tape that came in as a wad of tape.
You stated that as part of the processing that you conducted, that among the ways that you documented latent impressions that you found was through photographs?
Yes.
I've shown you up on the desk State's Exhibits 63 through 65. Are these some of the many photographs that were taken as part of the documentation process of your own processing in this case?
Yes.
So we're next going to go to slide number 10. And slide number 10 is State's Exhibit 63, TLE 33. Are these photos for an item that's not listed on the chart that we just saw?
Yes.
And what is that item with evidence number TLE 33?
A shovel.
And with respect to your processing of the shovel, did you find and document 3 latent impressions on that shovel?
Yes.
Do you remember how many of those 3 latent impressions that you recovered were actually suitable for comparison purposes?
2.
And can you explain again that you recovered 3 latent impressions possibly suitable for comparison, but only 2 were actually suitable for comparison? If you can explain that again?
Sure. As I said, I was very conservative if I developed any impressions on the evidence. So even if I thought there was a slight chance that the comparison examiner could find it viable to use, I would document it. And in this case, only 2 of the latent impressions I developed, the comparison examiner felt it was were worth comparing.
Are those 2 suitable impressions that you found and documented on the shovel depicted in these photos in State's Exhibit 63, 1 in each photo?
Yes.
So as to the photos of those 2 latent impressions, let's begin with the photo on the left. And let's now go to slide number 11. Are the 2 pictures on this slide of the same photo, the one on the right being an enlargement of the one on the left?
Yes.
About what area is this on the shovel?
It was right around where the handle would have gone into the metal collar, I believe, and the metal where the actual spade end would be.
And is this the same general area on the shovel as the second suitable latent impression that you found and documented?
Yes.
So focusing on the photograph on the right, what is that numbered marker that's highlighted in the white circle?
That's a scale.
And that's something that you place there as part of your processing and documentation process?
Yes.
What is the yellow arrow sticker highlighted in the blue rectangle?
That's the arrow that's pointing to the latent impression that I developed with the unique identifier that I gave it.
And that yellow arrow, is that something that you also place there as part of your documentation process?
Yes.
And with respect to the arrow stickers on this and the other photos that we're going to be looking at, the arrows are pointing to something in particular?
Yes, they would be pointing to the latent impressions that I developed.
There appears to be some writing on the arrow part of that yellow arrow sticker, and that writing is pointed out by the red arrow, and I believe that it's a B and an M. What does that writing indicate?
That's the unique identifier I gave for that particular latent impression.
And lastly, with respect to these 2 particular photographs, there appears to be some substance on the shovel. If you can explain what that substance is?
Sure, what you're seeing is fluorescent superglue. So after an item is glued with a fluorescent superglue, we can use what's called an alternate light source. And that's basically a really intense white light that has different filters. And using those filters would allow any impressions or anything on the item to fluoresce, so you can see more intricate details in the impression.
So let's turn to the other latent impression from TLE 33. And we're going to go on to the next slide now, which is slide number 12. And again, are the pictures in this slide of the same photo, the one on the right, an enlargement of the one on the left?
Yes.
And what is the label BN on that yellow sticker?
That is the unique identifier I gave to that latent that I developed.
And in these photographs, do we see more of the fluorescent superglue that you had talked about earlier?
Yes.
Does the enlargement on the right also show details on the impression that you found and documented, what people may visualize when they hear the word fingerprint?
Yes.
And the next slide is going to be a further close-up of those impression details that you found and documented. So we'll go to slide number 14. I'm sorry, this is slide number 13. My apologies. And now let's go to slide number 14. And this is State's Exhibit 64. And are these photos of latent impressions found on items TLE 54, 56, and 57?
Yes.
Let's go on to slide number 15. Going back to photos from State's Exhibit 44, is TLE 54 highlighted in red in the middle of this photograph that we're looking at here?
Yes.
And the next slide will be slide number 16. Is TLE 56 highlighted in red and again about the middle portion of this photograph?
Yes.
And the next slide is slide number 17. Is TLE 57 highlighted in red?
Yes.
So the next slide is going to be slide 18. And it's returning to States Exhibit 64. And let's go through each one of the 4 photographs on this exhibit. And we're going to begin with the photograph on the upper left, which in this next slide that we're going to be looking at, the photograph's been rotated. So we're going to go on to slide number 19. And what object is this a photo of that we're looking at here?
A green cap.
And it's labeled as a spray paint can cap, if you can explain that.
Yes, it's the cap that would go on a can of spray paint.
In this photograph, do we see some more of that fluorescent super glue that you referred to before, as well as some latent impressions?
Yes.
So moving on to another photograph from States Exhibit 64. We're going to slide number 20 now. And what's depicted on the photograph in this particular slide?
That's a latent impression that I developed on that can.
And a can being a can of what?
Can of spray paint.
And is a latent impression visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And where again would the latent impression be?
The red arrow that is labeled AY is right in front of that.
Turning to another photograph. And now we're on slide number 21. And what is shown on the photograph in this slide?
That's a green spray paint can.
And is a latent impression visible in this photograph as well?
Yes.
And where is that latent impression?
It's in front of the red arrow, which is labeled AZ.
And turning to the last of the photos from States Exhibit 64, and we're moving on now to slide number 22. And does this photograph appear to be a photo of another found latent impression on one of the spray paint cans that you examined?
Yes.
So now let's go to slide number 23. And this next slide shows States Exhibit 65. Are these photos of some of the latent impressions found on 3 of the items from TLE 55?
Yes.
The next slide is slide number 24. And this is one of the individual photos from States Exhibit 44. Is TLE 55 highlighted in red in between TLE 56 on the left and TLE 54 on the right?
Yes.
The next slide is slide 25, and it shows States Exhibit 62. And looking again at this chart, what items from TLE 55 that you examined had latent impressions on them?
Item 55D, 55G, and 55K.
And these were all items that were found inside that plastic bag TLE 55?
Yes.
So let's go to the next slide, which is slide number 26. Does these next series of photos depict TLE 55D, which was labeled on the chart as lighting box?
Yes.
Again, I think you explained that it was a packaging that had nothing in it. Is that fair?
Correct.
Let's go to the next slide, which is slide number 27. Does this next slide show TLE 55G, which was been labeled on the chart as tape pieces?
Correct.
And generally, what type of tape is this?
It was clear, like cellophane tape, maybe what you would use for packaging boxes.
The enlargement on the right of this slide that we're looking at, is that how the tape pieces looked when you began processing them for latent impressions?
Yes.
Did you, we'll see later I believe, but did you do anything with the crumpled up pieces of the tape as part of your processing?
Yes, I did.
And what generally did you do? We'll talk a little bit more about it in detail shortly.
I used what's called liquid nitrogen to try to separate the tape into their own individual pieces.
So let's go to the next slide, which is slide number 28. And does this show TLE 55K, which has been labeled on the chart as plastic?
Yes.
And this was another item that you recovered at least one potentially identifiable latent impression from?
Yes.
So now let's go to slide number 29. And this is a return to State's Exhibit 65. Do the photos on this slide depict all of the latent impressions found on TLE 55D, TLE 55G, and TLE 55K, or just some of the found impressions?
Just some of the found impressions.
So let's take a look at each one of these photos individually, and we're going to first go to the photo on the top left, which depicts TLE 55D, the lighting box. And we'll next go to slide number 30. On the photo on the left, what is the yellow arrow sticker pointing to?
To latent impression I developed on the packaging box.
The next slide is slide number 31. This is another photograph of TLE 55K, and this is what was labeled as the plastic bag.
Yes.
And on the photo on the left, what is the red arrow sticker pointing to?
To the latent impression I developed on that bag.
Is there a different meaning in the colors of the arrow stickers that you place as part of impression documentation? Here the sticker is red, and in the last slide from the lighting box, the arrow sticker was yellow. Is there any difference in the color indication?
No, we have multiple colored arrows. It just happened to be what I grabbed at the time.
Let's go to slide number 32. That's the remaining 4 photographs of State's Exhibit 65. Are these some of the latent impressions that you found and documented on TLE 55G, the packing tape?
Yes.
The photos taken as part of the processing along the top, the tape appears different from what it looked like when it was recovered from the bag, which is the photo on the bottom. Again, can you explain why the photos on the top look different than the photo on the bottom?
Sure. The photo on the bottom, the tape came in as a wad of tape. And sometimes we can use liquid nitrogen to separate tape that's, if it's adhesive to non-adhesive stuck, liquid nitrogen will usually separate that. If it's adhesive to adhesive, nothing's really going to separate that. So I used the liquid nitrogen to try to peel off the pieces of the tape that I could, so I could process those separately.
And those photos along the top, those were pieces that you were able to separate?
Yes.
For each of those photos along the top, what is the red arrow sticker pointing to?
To latent impressions that I developed on the tape.
And the last slide is slide number 33. And we're returning again to the chart, State's Exhibit 62. With respect to the latent impressions that you found that could be suitable for identification on the items highlighted in yellow to the left, did you conduct any actual identification analysis on them? That is, did you compare the recovered impressions to impressions of known individuals, such as Timothy Verrill or Christine Sullivan?
No, I did not.
So your role in this case was focused on processing items to locate latent impressions that may be suitable for comparison purposes, not to make the actual comparisons and possible identifications?
Correct.
We have no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
I'll begin with your work going to scenes. And in this case, you went to the scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
You don't always go to scenes, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the scene here was the residence in Farmington?
Yes.
And you went there with others from the Pattern Evidence Unit?
Yes.
And as you stated on direct, that's the unit that you worked at in the state lab at the time?
Yes.
And usually when you go to the scene, the law enforcement agency you're working with will tell you kind of what they want done on the scene?
Yes.
And when you went to the scene, in this case, you went with Miss Rice?
Yes, I did.
And she was taking photographs of evidence?
Yes.
And you were writing down information that she was dictating to you about the photographs she was taking?
Yes.
sort of like the evidence number and its description and so on?
Yes.
And the point of the work that you were doing at the scene was to preserve and document evidence for potential future analysis?
Correct.
And you weren't directly involved with physically processing any of the evidence there on the scene those 2 days, correct?
Correct.
Like you weren't applying chemicals or anything like that?
No. Yeah.
Okay. And on the scene, you weren't involved with any fingerprint analysis?
Correct.
Just have a few additional questions about fingerprints or the latent impressions, just to make sure I understand everything.
Sure.
So just simply touching an object doesn't necessarily mean that someone's going to leave any latent prints behind, right?
That's correct.
There are a number of factors that can influence whether a latent impression is left behind.
Correct.
For example, if I were wearing gloves, that would probably prohibit leaving an impression.
Yes.
And in order to leave an impression behind, there has to be some sort of contaminant on someone's skin.
Correct.
That could be sweat, correct?
Correct.
Or oil.
Yes.
Does the contaminant influence the quality of a fingerprint?
It could. Yes.
Could it influence the durability of the fingerprint?
Yes.
And you spoke a little bit about porous and non-porous objects, so the surface of the object will be a determining factor in whether the print is left behind?
Correct.
Just because something's non-porous, just because something is porous doesn't mean that a print cannot be left behind.
That's correct.
So it's possible, but it's less likely than a non-porous item.
Well, I wouldn't say it's less likely, it's just different how the impression would get and remain on the object. Porous, might absorb that impression into the paper, which is why we do specific analyses for paper. So it's not that it's less common, it's just different how the object would remain on that item. For porous, everything would stay on the top, like this piece of wood or glass, or non-porous, glass or plastic, the fingerprint residue would stay on the top of the item as opposed to being absorbed into the item.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And in terms of whether a latent print persists, environmental factors can influence it, like weather or rain or snow?
Yes.
When you observe an impression, it doesn't tell you anything about the timing in which the impression was deposited.
That's correct.
It doesn't tell you when a person last touched an item.
Correct.
Or whether that person was the last person to touch that item.
That's correct.
I just have a few questions about processing, and specifically processing techniques.
Sure.
You mentioned on direct that there are a number of different techniques that you can use to develop prints. And the technique that you will choose to do depends on the nature of the object.
That's correct.
One factor will also be whether the impression seemed to be left in blood.
That's correct.
If an impression appeared to be in blood, that would involve a specific technique, right?
Yes.
And this is a technique you would always use if there was an impression left in blood.
That's correct.
And this is a different technique that you would use for an impression that wasn't left in blood.
That's correct.
And in any type of processing, once you use one form of processing, that excludes the possibility of doing another.
Usually, yes.
Okay. Which makes it important to make sure that you do the right technique the first time around.
That's correct.
And when documenting the process, you document the type of technique that you use.
Yes.
And you would document or take note of whether an impression was left in blood.
Yes.
And the impressions that you processed in this case were not in blood.
That's correct.
I'm going to ask about a few additional items. You mentioned on direct that some of the items depicted in this slide were not the full list of exhibits or items that you examined, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You had examined an item labeled TLE 132.
Okay.
That was a black garbage bag.
Okay, yep.
And you did not find any possible identifiable prints on that, correct?
Correct.
And you also examined TLE 133, which was a clear plastic bag.
Yes.
And there were no identifiable prints found on that.
I believe so. I believe that's correct.
If I showed you your report from that day, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, please. Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
You also examined an item TLE 207, which was a bottle of carpet cleaner, correct?
Yes.
And there were no latent impressions developed on that, correct?
I don't believe so.
If you looked at your worksheet, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would. Thank you.
Do you have any objection to giving her the worksheets?
Oh, not at all. Thank you. Yep, no, that's fine.
Thank you.
Can you a copy of the remaining worksheets for goodness?
Sure, thank you.
So for TLE 207, you did not develop any potential identifying impressions on that?
That's correct.
There's TLE 225A, correct?
Yes.
And that was a bucket or tank that was an attachment to a vacuum cleaner?
Yes.
And you examined that?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't develop any identifiable prints?
That's correct.
Next is TLE 66.
Yes.
There were, I believe, 8 worksheets that are attached to that for 8 plastic bottles of cleaning supplies.
I'm just looking this over real quick.
Take your time.
That's correct.
And there were no prints found on those.
That's correct, there were none.
You also examined TLE 77, which was an inflatable mattress,
Yes.
and there were no prints found on that.
No, there were not.
You also examined TLE 78,
Yes.
which was a large black trash bag,
Yes.
and there were no prints on that.
Correct.
You also examined TLE 80, which were paper towels,
Yes.
and there were no potential impressions on that.
That's correct.
And finally, you examined TLE 81,
Yes.
which was a silver or brown tarp,
Yes.
and there were no impressions developed on that.
That's correct.
I have one more, which was TLE 225. I don't believe that's in the packet that's in front of you.
Yes, I have 225A.
Do you remember examining TLE 225, which was a distal carpet cleaner of the actual vacuum?
I'd like to see my worksheet if you did have it, if that's okay.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yes. And on TLE 225, you did develop potential identifiable impressions on that.
Yes, I did.
I think my last question for you will be about TLE 33, which is the shovel you analyzed. I can refer you to the state slide, starting at slide number 10.
Okay. Okay.
On direct, you stated where you developed these prints, where they were on the shovel. Can you explain again where they were?
With the handle, I don't know if I can't remember if the handle was wood or plastic, would go into the metal part, like I guess they would call it a collar, and then the actual shovel end is, if this picture kept going down, it would be, you see the shovel, the actual like shovel end.
Okay, like the head of the shovel where
Yeah,
the shovel would be
where the
connected
handle
over.
goes into that connector.
Okay. So this would be sort of toward the bottom end of the shovel.
Yes.
If I could point you to state slide number 4.
Yes.
And if you look at the second picture, there appears to be a shovel marked TLE 33.
Yes.
And when you say the object would go into the metal part, is it where it's black turns to silver, or where exactly do you remember?
I believe, and I'm pulling from memory, I believe it was where, where the black, actually where the prints were, yes, on that part where the silver is, where the black goes into the silver.
Okay.
I believe they were around
In that general area?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have for you.
Okay, thank you.
No redirect. All set. Off the record at 10:40 a.m.
For the day? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude for today. Anything further? We will return tomorrow morning for 10 o'clock. Please be here a few minutes before if you can, and we'll start at 10. Thank you. Please leave your notebooks behind.
Please rise.